music going at the start here. But I'll probably turn it off when we get started. That's very quiet. It's a little too loud. Okay. Figuring it out. This is what I don't want. And it keeps happening. Still getting set up. But in a spiral of ants. In a spiral. You can't remember where you're going. You can't remember knowing you are one ant. A circle rules your life. In a spiral of ants. In a spiral of ants. From a spiral of ants. Now you remember where you're going. To the spiral of ants. You got to keep it flowing. You are one ant. Over and over with pheromones, the overwhelming harmony, consuming the colony, creating instant gravity. Before we knew it, we became a hurricane, and the birds who laughed got blown away as we proclaimed the circle rules our life. just keeps saying at starting soon. I don't know if that means it's actually gonna happen. This is not working very well. I feel like I just need to keep making this bigger because it just keeps draining the water. I haven't done this before. I've never set up a steam engine before. I don't know how big the water needs to be. A lot of Palestine seas a foot away from us. Yeah, we're all learning today. I wanted to show all the different ways to make energy to generate stress. Yes, very much so. Very much everyone is learning. I might do this kind of like off to the side. Red, red moon, my shadows bring. Dishing out. The water might be behaving now. I'm not sure. Now, I need to hook this up. Just trying to set up the thing. Okay. Okay. We've got the different ways to generate stress set up now. Hello, Ara and Mika. I was putting up the chat because I'm trying to set up the water. I accidentally took a screenshot when I was pressing the pause button. we got water wheel, we got windmill, we got steam engine. I think is everything. And then we've got this needs to start behaving. Yes. It needs to start behaving. Ah, this is going great. That might be a lost cause for now. We can come back to that. Backpack. Toolbox. We're almost ready. Okay. Maybe we start with here's my signs. Maybe everyone grab a bag, put on a pair of goggles. It'll be easier to explain stress, I think. I've got the goggles on. So if you look at any of these moving parts, you'll see if you have the goggles on, it'll have the stats. So it'll be either kinetic stats or generator stats. Basically just means whether it's generating energy or losing energy. So if you look at this water wheel, it says kinetic stress capacity 256 SU at current speed. So that means it's outputting 256 stress units. And stress units are basically the energy that, like, the energy unit for create. So this water wheels can power any machine up to 256 stress units. So if we want to put down this mechanical saw, for example, this is going to be using 32 of those 256 stress units available from this machine. Or from this generator. So. And then that's basically how stress works. You generate it, and there's a certain amount that each generator uses, and the bigger different generator systems have different amounts of stress they produce. So water wheels, this size water wheel produces a lower amount of stress than this windmill. You look at the windmill, you see it is producing 2,048 stress units, so it can power a lot more things. And then, if we look here, this is a rotation speed controller, which is a little bit of a higher level block. There's one way to build up how fast your stuff is spinning, how much stress units something can be using, is you basically just stack up gears. Let me do this in a better spot. We could probably just do it here, actually. So, like, if you look here, you'll see, since these two wheels, the big one and the small one, on this same shaft, are spinning at the same speed, but since this one has more cogs, it's gonna transfer more RPM. So if then we hook up a bigger one to the smaller one, this one is going to spin slower. And then the opposite is also true. If we hook up a smaller one to the bigger one, you'll see this wheel is spinning faster than this one. And this is the hard way to build up how fast you want your things to spin. The easy way is with the rotation speed controller. So you'll have one input, which is like part of the actual machine, but then this big cog up here is not part of it. So you have to put the cog wheel in the top, and then however fast you have this set to is how fast that cogwheel is going to turn. So we're going to set it low for now. So, basically, water wheel is the easiest generator to make. And then, but it also uses the least, it generates the least energy. So, easiest to make, generates the least energy. The windmill is like the intermediary step. It's still pretty cheap to make, and it generates a decent amount of stress. The best generator is the boiler, which is a little more expensive. It needs lots of copper, and it needs a heat source. And the heat source can be campfires, it can be lava, fire, anything that generates heat. Blaze burners are the best heat source for them. So, it'll generate heat just by the blaze burners being here, but also, if you use any fuel source, sticks, wood, blaze rods, lava, coal, any of that stuff. So, like, if I give this blaze burner a slab, it fires up. And depending on how long that fuel burns in a furnace, that's how long the blaze burner will be active for. So, like, if you give it a block of coal, it's gonna burn for a really long time. There's also blaze cakes, which will superheat your blaze burner. It turns blue, and then you can make... There are some recipes that require superheated blaze burners. Like, if you want to make lava from cobblestone, which is a thing you can do, you need a superheated blaze burner. So... it, like, if you want to, like, get pretty much any vanilla block, there's a good chance there's a way to get that block through create. So, like, you can set it up so, like, you have a drill at a cobble generator, and then that just mines cobblestone forever. And then you can, like, put the cobblestone into a basin. I'll get a basin out, actually. I should actually start putting these machines out. I might just put them out over here. We're not gonna show what they do yet, but... These are just a couple blocks that there are in Create that do certain things. And I will explain them in a bit. Once I have my thoughts more put together. Just gonna be doing a couple. I might just put... No, I can't. I'm gonna say I might prop one block against another, but I cannot. Will this work? Yes. You can also, if you look up the blocks in the JEI menu, and you'll see over every single create item, there's, right under the name, it says hold W to ponder, and it'll basically give you a breakdown of how the machine works. What am I looking for in here? I'm looking... minecart traps. Okay, so... this is a mechanical arm. It's a higher level block. It basically will move things from one depot to another depot. That is basically all it does. It moves things from one place to another. And it's very helpful for automation, which, honestly, you never need to touch and create. It's very easy to just throw a bunch of stuff in a pot manually, and then get all the stuff you want. This is a mechanical plow. It can pick up blocks, so like, if I were to put a rail here... gonna demonstrate. We're gonna put a... this... actually, this is a mechanical piston. It's like a normal piston, but better, because if you use these piston extension poles, you can just keep making them longer and longer. So you can basically have a piston that pushes as far as you want it to go. So, like, if we have this go out a couple blocks, we can use a hand crank, which is basically people-powered stress. The plow will plow dirt, but it will also pick up things like rails and redstone torches, normal torches. Basically, if a drill doesn't pick it up, a plow probably will. And that's also the power of the mechanical piston. If you have a job that a piston should do, but it's too far away, you can just have long piston. Yes, yes. So, cranks take an insane amount of hunger. Yes. So, like, if you wanna, like, turn this crank for a little bit just to see just how much hunger it uses. It uses hunger very fast. You can even get an achievement if you crank it long enough and you get yourself all the way down to no hunger. You get an achievement for it. So if you're achievement hunting, that's the way to get that. You just crank until you can't crank no more, and it starts killing you. So you have to be careful if you don't have an auto feed upgrade, that it may steal all of your hunger. So hand cranks are good for small things. If you want to power bigger machines, it's not great. Yeah, that's a mechanical piston. This is the millstone. This is like, if you've ever seen crushing wheels, this is like the baby cousin of crushing wheels. Gonna put a chute down here. Chutes move blocks from one item, from one machine, or they move stuff out of inventories. So if we were to throw, like, we're gonna throw these flowers into this millstone, and now you can see, if you're looking at it, the millstone now has 5 flowers in it. If we run it for a little bit, it's going to grind up those flowers, and it's going to give us dye. And it's slower than crushing wheels would be. And it also can't do as much stuff. Oh. Bluebell got the achievement. The upside to using millstones or crushing wheels for getting dye is that you will get more dye per flower. So, like, I crushed up 5 flowers. I got 10 light gray dye and 2 white dye. So you can basically get more from... You can get more from the stuff that you crush up. But it can't, like, if you want to crush stone into gravel, the millstone can't do that. It's just a little baby. This is a chute. I kind of explained what it does before, but basically, if I want to put, like, I put a chest here, I fill it with stuff, it's going to drop down to here. So I might put a depot down. Depots are basically what you hold items on in, like, they're the easiest way to just set it and forget it for stuff. So, like, if you have a depot, it'll catch the items. So if you look now, I put the dirt in the chest, the chute, put it down into the depot, and now the depot is holding the 2 dirt I put in there. And then you can just right-click to pick up and then put back any items from the depot. You might also see I've been instantly picking up all the create blocks with my wrench. If you crouch and right-click with a wrench, you can instantly pick up anything, and it will go straight into your inventory unless you don't have the space. This is a mechanical harvester, which I pretty much have not used. But it's a way to automate harvesting crops. So, hello. Interrupting our lesson? Rude. There we go. So, like, if I had, like, a bunch of mechanical harvesters in a row at spawn, I could hook those up. Let me see, do I have a chassis? Yes. So, these are linear chassis. They're basically, if you want a bunch of blocks in a row to put machines on, you can do this instead of gluing blocks together. So, all of these in the line will move as one unit. So, in a machine sense, these are basically one block. So, if we use the mechanical piston again, you'll see all of these move as one unit, and I don't have to glue them. Which, for most blocks, I would need to do. But, because of the nature of the block, they just stick together. But yeah, if you were to line up a bunch of chassis and have these mechanical harvesters along all of them, you could just harvest all the crops in mass. So, they'll harvest pretty much any crop in their path. If it can be... I guess if it's planted with a seed, it can be... If you cannot place the plant down itself, it can be harvested with a mechanical harvester. So, like, if you want to harvest pumpkins or melons, which are blocks, you would use a plow. So, the mechanical harvester doesn't work on full blocks. But it does work on crop-like entities. So, if it has stages of growth, it can probably be harvested with the mechanical harvester. My inventory is so full of blocks right now. I'm going to put some away. I guess maybe we can explain the mechanical saw real quick. So the mechanical saw has a couple purposes. You probably know generally what the mechanical saw does. But basically, it can chop down trees automatically, and it can also function as a stone cutter, depending on how you orient it. Yeah, it's an axe alternative. So, it'll... Let me see, I think I have saplings on me. Yes, I do. So if we put a sapling down, grow it real quick. Then the mechanical saw will harvest the whole tree for you. And we have a tree chopping mod, so it's not as big a deal for us. But it will do that exact thing without a tree chopping mod. So it'll take the whole tree down. Let's see. This is a cart assembler. You may have seen my massive drill. That is called a contraption. Contraptions can be made with cart assemblers. So, like, if I want to put a dirt block on top of here, I can then... Do I have any spare minecarts? I can make one real quick. So, if I put down the minecart on the within the card assembler. And then I give it a redstone signal. Then that dirt becomes part of the contraption. Ooh. Wow. You can... Any contraption you can just place down on a rail, and then... So, like, if I want to pick up this contraption, I just need to... redstone signal. And I can pick it up with my wrench. And then I can put it back down. And then the block comes back to our world. And then if you want to make bigger contraptions, say I want to do a dirt block, but also I want to put some warped warp blocks on here, then we're going to need to use glue. So we're going to take the super glue, and if you hold the super glue item, you can see where glue has been placed. So you can right-click to apply glue to blocks, and you can select basically as big an area as you want. There are limitations to how big you can make them. But now if I want to pick up this, all of this that is connected to the glue is now part of that contraption. And then to remove the glue, you just left click on the selection area that the glue... The selection area of the glue. Yes. And then also, if you left-click a minecart with a wrench, it instantly breaks. It will not go into your inventory, but it will instantly break. Do you want to show your thing now? Let's do it. Whoa, that's cool. Also, make sure to keep your contraptions in order, because if you have multiple contraptions, there is no visual or in the tags distinction between different contraptions. So, all contraptions look exactly the same until you put them down. Yes. Very true. What other blocks can I explain right now without having to set stuff up? Funnels! A funnel is kind of like a horizontal... It's a more versatile chute. this is a funnel. You can put these on the sides of inventories and on the top. So, depending on where this little arrow on it is facing, it can take items into the inventory, or it can spit them out. And these are helpful for if you have conveyor belts. The item for a conveyor belt is called a mechanical belt. But those are helpful for moving things along conveyor belts. They're useful for spitting items down into chutes if you don't want a chute directly beneath the inventory, or you can't have a chute directly beneath the inventory. They just add a little more... They add a few more options for moving items out of inventories. I think now we're gonna move on to stuff that can be... That's more live demonstration. Mechanical belt. So this is a mechanical belt, otherwise known as a conveyor belt. Like, if it's moving like this, it can carry items. So if I throw a chest here, it then is on the conveyor belt, and when it gets to the end, it either stops, or if there's no block after the conveyor belt, it'll spit it off. So it basically enters the belt's inventory, sort of. But mechanical belts are also useful for, like, say the stress input is down here, but we want to power something that's all the way up here. With mechanical belts, it maintains the same stress, the same rotations per minute, and then you can insert more shafts along this entire thing. So each block of this mechanical belt can be hooked up to some output of stress. But right now, we're going to take a look at the mechanical press. When the mechanical press is given a stress output, it will make... I'm just going to use brass as an example. It will... This is very slow. We should maybe do this over there. But when the mechanical press has something to actually press, either on a depot or on the ground 2 blocks below it, it will do different things. Like for ingots, it will turn the ingots into sheets. So you'll see if you look at this depot, I put 32 brass ingots down, but now there are 28 brass ingots and 4 brass sheets. So then these sheets can be used for different things. It's going another time because it hasn't recognized that there's nothing there again. But that's what the mechanical press does. You can... Again, in JEI, you can see what all these blocks make in more depth. So, like if you want to hover over the encased fan I'm just saying that because it's high up on the list. If you want to press U on that, it shows you all the different blocks. Like, all the different blocks that can be blasted, haunted, smoked, or washed. Which is all the things that fan can do. We'll get to the fan later. I think we'll do the mixer next, because it's very similar to the press. Cooking needs so much mixing, yeah. Though I think the majority of the recipes are able to be made in a cooking pot also. So, I think a lot of them are either or. But, yes, if you want to automate mixing more, I don't think I have a mixer actually, so I'm going to steal the one from this kit. So, with a press, you'll see some blocks have a little thing on the side that looks like a shaft. And that basically, like, if I were to put a mechanical press down, you'll see on the end that there's this bit at the end is spinning. So if we want to then put more blocks right next to it, it's still moving that stress. It's still moving the stress through that internal shaft. There's also blocks like the mixer, which are a little different, because they need to be hooked up to a cog. So, if I can find a basin in here. Pretty much all mixer recipes are done in basins. Mechanical presses, some are in depots, some are in basins. It depends on whether you're doing pressing or packing for the mechanical press. With the mixer, pretty much everything will happen in this basin. And some recipes will require that you put a blaze burner right down here. So some recipes require heat, and some recipes require superheat. So, like, if you want to do cooking, you're going to need a blaze burner underneath the basin, because that's basically mimicking the campfire or stove that would be under a cooking pot. I'm just putting stuff in my bag. I might need to organize this bag into what I have shown and what I have not shown. Give me a moment. Also, if you want to look at any of the items and ponder what they mean, You can look at them in that bag. Let's see, we've done mechanical belt. We've done mixer. Done mechanical piston. Done all these. Okay. We're moving up into the slightly more complicated machines. Except for this. This is the mechanical drill. It is basically the world's greatest pickaxe. It can break any breakable block. And if you put enough of them together, you can just flatten a mountain. Which is what I did here. Just... there was a mountain here, and now there's not. And that's the power of the drill. This is an encased chain drive. It kinda does the same thing as the mechanical belt with preserving rotation. But you can change where that rotation is going. So it's a little more versatile than the belt. So like, this stress input moves through, and then, instead of going this way, it can now go this way. That's about all that one does. Very useful. This is a gear shift. The gear shift, when given a redstone signal, will reverse the rotation direction of that is put through it. So, like, this rotation going from the water wheel is going clockwise. But you'll... or no. This is counterclockwise. This is going counterclockwise. And then when you see on this side, the output is going clockwise when it's powered by this redstone signal. And you can turn that on and off. This is a fan. You can see it is pushing me. When it spins faster, it'll push you it'll push you faster. The main thing it is used for, you can't actually jump full blocks when you're in its range also. So be careful with that. Don't get stuck in the fan. But the main thing you can use the fan for is blasting, smoking, haunting, and washing. So we're just gonna do. Do I have flint and steel? Yes. So if we were to put... Where's my food backpack? Here it is. If we were to put some dough on this depot, the dough will be cooked into bread. So, basically, if you put fire here, it'll do the job of a smoker. And then you get bread. You can also put lava here, and that'll do the job of a blast furnace. You can do soul fire, which then basically turns stuff into like a rough nether equivalent. It doesn't work. Haunting, I think, is the most limited one, because just not a lot of things have a nether equivalent. But like, if you were to put sand through soul fire, if you were to blast soul fire into sand, that turns into soul sand. And then there's washing, which is like the unique one. So if you, like... If you put water here, and then you put, let's say, a bit of gravel, it's gonna wash that gravel, and we're gonna end up with some flint and a little bit of iron. So you'll see 16 gravel gave us 2 iron nuggets and 4 flint. So it's not the most efficient, but it does let you get infinite iron without a big golem farm. Yes, that's always good. Let's see, what else? I've shown these, but I haven't explained what they are. This is a deployer. I need to rotate it. They basically do the job that you would do, but automated. So, like, if Their uses are a little limited, but, like, if you wanna, like, say I have a stripped log, and I want to turn that into andesite casing, I can put the log here, because that's the item that would be in the world. And then, if I put a piece of andesite in the hand of the deployer, because that's what you would use to click on the block, the deployer will do that automatically, and then you get an andesite casing. That's deployer's done. Cased fans. We might move on to liquids now. You may see this thing over here. This is a hose pulley. It basically draws water from this source. I didn't do it right, because I've never done this before, but it'll pull water from a source, and it'll move it somewhere else. So this hose pulley is taking water from in here, and it's putting it in this fluid tank. And it's doing that with the help of this mechanical pump. You'll see there's a little arrow on the side of this mechanical pump, and that's the direction the liquid is going. You can change the direction also, so if we want it to instead draw water out, we could do that too, but it doesn't make sense to do that. And it doesn't matter which way this little wheel is spinning, as long as the arrow is pointed in the right direction. And water is moved through fluid pipes, which are made with copper. Everything pretty much that holds water uses copper. So, like, this is an item drain. If you put like a bucket of lava, then the item drain is full of lava. And then we can take that lava out using a pump. We'll have to bring some rotation over here. I need to get my shafts. And do this. That's not what I want to do. We'll do this. This is not very efficient, but then it's gonna spit the lava out if there's no inventory. But if we want to store that lava, let me go get the fluid tanks. The fluid tanks are not in there. They're in my other backpack. Okay. If we go to fluid tank, you'll see this holds 8,000 MB. Basically, that means millibuckets. So, 1,000 millibuckets is 1 bucket of fluid. So, this mechanical pump will move something, and then this fluid container will hold the fluid for as long as you need it there. We're gonna... There we go. This is a spout. I put my depots away. Hold on. If you put an item on the depot, you put the spout there. Now we can connect up this, because it's not going to spit lava everywhere. But the spout, it can be used to fill buckets, bottles. It's also how you make blaze cakes. These are useful if you are making infinite potions. So if you have automatic brewing, you can put the final product into this, through this spout, and it'll fill the bottles for you. Able to grab the fluid straight from the tank. I'm not sure. I don't believe so, but... Should have disconnected this before, but we can just... That's the fun thing about this. There's no loss involved. You cannot. So, this is strictly a storage block. So, you can only extract things by feeding them into a basin or putting them through a spout. But basins can also hold liquid. So if you want to... The basin is actually in this backpack. I'm losing track of what's in which backpacks. Hold on. I'm confused. Here we go. Basin. If we then put the lava in, it'll end up in the basin. Basins can hold 1 bucket of fluid. So that's either a bucket of lava, a bucket of water, whatever. With the Create Food mod now, you'll see there's a whole bunch of different liquids that you can make. And they're held in the basin. That's kind of how fluid movement works. What else is in my bag? Ah. Crushing wheels. Yes. Let's do them along this conveyor belt. How about? So the crushing wheels need to be spinning 2 different directions. So really this can't be right flush against the conveyor belt. So we're gonna have this. This is spinning. They have to both be spinning towards the same point. So if this is the point, like, we want to send the items through, they have to both be spinning towards here. So this block, it's spinning like this. This one will need to be spinning like this. We're gonna... I'm gonna steal this gearbox over here. The gearboxes will do the same job as a gear shift, but all the time. There's no redstone toggle for it. So, now these are spinning in opposite directions. Now this central area is called the crushing wheel controller. And the crushing wheel controller, when you throw blocks into it, will do something with them. So if I throw in gravel, it's gonna give me sand. It's gonna take a bit because it's not spinning very fast. But it'll... Here we go. It'll give you sand, it'll give you flint, and it'll give you clay. And you can look up all the probabilities for getting extra items with the recipes. So, like, if you look up how to make sand, it'll give you the crushing recipe, and it'll say, there's a 10% chance for it to give you flint, there's a 5% chance for it to give you clay. Oh yes, and you can crush raw ores. You can crush ore blocks, you can also crush the raw ore items. And when you crush the ores, it'll give you crushed raw ore, and then it'll give you also a nugget of experience. And the way we process this crushed raw ore is by washing it. So we're gonna have to set up a fan again. Let's just do it here. So we're gonna set up the washing. We're gonna right-click this depot with our crushed raw copper. It's gonna wash the crushed raw copper, and it's gonna give us copper nuggets. And it will also give us a little bit of clay. So Blue, you can take that if you want, since it is yours. So that lets you... It gives you a different way of processing ores that also gives you a little bit extra. So, like, if you wash... If you use this method with zinc, it will give you a little bit of gunpowder. If you do it with iron, it will give you redstone. And if you do it with gold, it will give you quartz. Ooh. Yeah, I think it'll give you more if it's the actual ore block, but if it is just... If it's the raw ore item, it'll, like, one raw ore will turn into one crushed ore, which will turn into 9 nuggets. But if you do the ore blocks, it'll give you a little extra. Okay, let's see. This is a mechanical crafter block. They're kind of useless on their own, but you can... That's not what I want. You can stick them together. And depending on the shape you make, you can make different crafting recipes. So, like, if you want to automate standard Minecraft recipes, you'll just need a 9x9 grid. And you need to make sure all these arrows are all pointing eventually to a single output. So you'll see all these arrows line up to eventually spit out right here. There are some recipes that require mechanical crafter that need more blocks than this. So, like, if you want to make crushing wheels, you need a lot more mechanical crafter pieces. So this is how many you'd need to make crushing wheels. And like, if you want to make a wand of symmetry or an extendo grip, those are also made with a mechanical crafter. There's no crafting table recipe for those items. Just a second, I need to take some meds right now. I was supposed to take them 25 minutes ago, and then I didn't. But I'm taking them now. Okay. What else? What else? Some items have smart versions. So, like, a standard funnel will just spit everything out of a chest. It doesn't matter what. But if you use a brass funnel, which is a little harder to make, you'll see up here on the front, there's a filter. So you can set the filter, and if there's nothing set, it'll spit everything out. But if you set it to like a depot, and then you put in copper ingots and fluid tanks and depots, it'll only spit out the depots. And if you remove the filter, it'll spit all the other stuff out. So this is a toolbox. Now, like, if you step over here and you press your left Alt key, or no, we're too far away. If we go here and you press your left Alt key, it'll show you the contents of that toolbox. So you can then, like, if I'm over here, I want something from the toolbox, say I want shafts, then I can open that remote inventory, and I can give myself some shafts. And those, as long as I'm within range of the toolbox, will keep refilling that stack as long as there are more items to give me. So it'll give you 32, and it'll just... if I place one, I'll still have 32 in that stack. And if I have more, it'll feed it back into the box. And also, if you left click, it automatically breaks. And it goes in your inventory. And you can fill these with whatever 8 items you want. And you can, yes, have duplicates. So if you want 512 shafts, and you don't need all 8 item slots, you don't need 8 unique items, you can have 2 of these sections dedicated to shafts. I think that's all the blocks I have. That's pretty much the basics. Everything else is a little more complicated. We might do those another day. Wait. This is one I can show you. This is a rope pulley. It's not spinning. We should feed it through a gear shift, probably. So if we switch this signal... I don't think it's spinning fast enough. I haven't used these much on the server. There we go. It'll lower a little rope, this pulley magnet, and you can attach, you can basically use these to pull up or push, like if you have a contraption, like a giant drill that just drills down into the center of the earth, you can use a pulley to pull it back up without having to, like, go down there and, like, rip up the whole machine. Yeah. And that's pretty much it for basic blocks. There's a whole bunch of them, though. So many basic blocks. And if you want, you can look up @create in the JEI menu, and it'll give you all the create blocks. And you can just see just how much stuff there is, because there's a lot. But yeah. That's about all you need to know to get started with Create. Maybe now... we could... take some time for all of you to mess with some blocks and see if you have any questions on how to build machines. Okay. I'm gonna tear this down. You put your mother in a box. It's the AFK box. Oh, there you go too. They've encased themselves. I just want this to stay full of water, and it's not staying full of water. I think I have to make it bigger for it to count as infinite, so it stops pulling individual blocks. I might just do that. That's probably good enough for now. I don't want to dig a giant hole that I have to fill in later. Okay. Maybe I make like a basic... Maybe I just automate something very basic. Maybe I'll make something that... Maybe I'll make a little iron farm. Those are easy. Gonna... do this. I need this. We're gonna see how these components work together a little bit, I think. Paste fan. See some chutes. I'm gonna make these chutes smart. This is my last electron tube. It's so tragic. But I think I'll only need one. So it's fine. We're gonna make a smart chute. So it's gonna be... I'll use this. There we go. smart things require electron tubes. It's like it doesn't act like water until you remind it that it's water. I just want the water to stay full, and it's not staying full. Okay. We are gonna set up a little mini factory here. We're gonna... We need a rotation speed controller. Where is it? Here is it. Where's my wrench? Here's my wrench. I'm trying to remember if this works both ways. Because it might. Yes! So you can hook this up either way. There has to be an input and an output. One of them is the cogwheel, one of them is the block itself. I'm gonna use... That's not gonna work. Alright. And I'll probably not use those. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a belt. Oh, I have so much stuff. There's so many different blocks in Create. Please, just stay full. We're doing great. The water is doing great. So for this, we have this will work. Yes. Hello. When you look at this, you will see how much stress it generates. It is... If you right-click it, it will stop. If you right-click it again, it will restart. This is just the generator block. So as long as this is spinning, it's making stress, which is the energy unit. And then these shafts, this gearbox, pretty much everything that isn't doing something is... Anything that isn't making something is moving that stress around to stuff that does make things. So, these shafts are a good way to just keep the same rotation speed, and you can just keep that same line going forever. And if you want to machine all the way over here, that's gonna spin as long as it has some rotation going to it. The drill will kill you. The drill ignores armor. Yeah, it deals true damage. This water keeps draining. And I want it to not, because it's feeding the boiler. And the boiler needs water to boil. And it's not being boiled if it's not there. But it's taking the water faster than it can refill itself. And I'm not sure exactly how big it needs to be. Because I've never done this before. I've never set up a boiler. So I don't even know how big the thing needs to be. But at one point, the water source will be considered infinite, and it won't be doing this stuff anymore. It'll just be like, oh yeah, it's taking water. If only Rocks were here, but she went out adventuring, yes. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna be the one fixing this later, so I'm gonna just dig a bigger hole. I just want this to boil. I want it to boil the water, and I want it to keep boiling indefinitely. plastic glass. It's alright, Mika. Still just... There's no end. V. This is a hand crank. It's the first way of generating stress you pretty much make. It uses food. It will kill you if you use it too much. Mm-hmm. You get the workout session achievement. Once you have no hunger and you start taking damage, you get the workout session achievement. Okay. Still not ideal. But if you keep updating... If the water gets updated, it'll remember that it's water. I'm going to continue trying to make this little factory to demonstrate how these blocks work together. Shafts and maybe these. If you're caught in the gust of wind produced by a fan, you cannot jump full blocks. That is a good thing to note when you are working with fans. This needs to be lower. Or this needs to be higher. Yeah, it takes a very long time, and make sure your auto feed isn't on if you're trying to get the achievement. I just... Maybe we're not... Maybe we don't want to strive for that. This. Yep. Okay. This will work. These can be higher. Okay. Figuring it out. Yes. Yeah, if you have this hooked up, like, to a river, you're set. This doesn't happen to rivers. But, when it's a little pond you built yourself, it's a little harder to, keep the water all in there. I do need a bucket of water, though. Need encased chain drives. There we go. Okay. This'll work. I need... more water. We're gonna go up here. We're gonna have another chute. We're gonna have another chest. This is a lot of extra stuff. But it is good to have inventories in between, because sometimes your stuff gets full and you still want it to be producing items. It's good to have a backlog. There we go. Then we're just gonna do a little cobble generator here. Water, lava, and cobble right there. You can do all these on a horizontal plane also. I just like building vertically. I'll figure it out. I don't think these are the right block to be using. We're gonna do this. There we go. Okay, I think that's all now working. Yeah! Okay. Down here, I'm gonna put a smart chute. We're just gonna set it as this right now. Set it as a block that it is not producing. We're gonna need another chest. And then we need an attribute filter. An attribute filter is a neat little block. It requires any wool and some brass nuggets, I believe. Yes, attribute filter. So it's gonna be 1 purple wool, or whatever color wool, and it's gonna be 2 nuggets, and then there's an attribute filter. We're going to add a reference item. We're gonna switch the attribute that we want to filter. So in this case, we want can be washed. We want that to be the deny list. So we want stuff to only go through this chute when they have been washed. So that should be... Okay. I forgot to save it. Can be washed. Add. That is now the deny list. I'm going to take this gravel out. And then if we make this whole thing faster... I went the wrong way around. If we speed this up... That's overstressed, okay. We can't speed it up much. But... the faster this goes, the more items it can process in the same amount of time. That, and now we can turn the stress up. Turn up the RPM! So now everything is going to be working faster. I'm gonna throw some cobble in there. And these chutes, the chutes will move items 16 at a time. Funnel, a normal funnel will do 1 at a time. A brass funnel will let you do more. See, before it was only doing 1, now it can do up to a whole stack. I was like, why is it taking so long? That's why. It's one of the things wasn't the right block. But yeah. There's a drill up there. It drills the stone. It goes into that chest, which then goes into the crushing wheels. The crushing wheels crush that stone into gravel. The gravel goes onto the conveyor belt and is washed. And then we get flint and iron. It's gonna explode. Oh no. Well, you know what all the components do, right? So there's the drill breaks blocks, the chute moves blocks, the crushing wheel grinds up the blocks, The fan, depending on what block is right here, will do different things to those blocks. And in this case, it's washing them. And if you wash the gravel, it will give you flint and iron. This is why I wanted to do a machine, because it can be easy sometimes to understand in parts and harder to understand as a whole. But basically, this little setup, whatever. And this is not an efficient way to do this, I don't think. This is just the way that I know, and I've not put a lot of time into thinking how best to optimize this. There are people out there, you can watch great videos, they know what they're doing better than I, but I know the basics. And I know how to make really clunky, inconvenient machines, but this is about everything you need. It's a very... Thank you. But yeah, this is a more basic machine. There are more complicated ones that you can make. There's all sorts of blocks so you can see if you look up create. Oh. There we go. They'll keep burning for a little bit now. And the water's all gone again! Whole thing hates me. Why isn't the water watering? This isn't water. What's happening here? Yeah. I'm kind of like, do I want to just, like, stick... I'm gonna try something. I think we'll need a tank somewhere along here. Definitely not watering, yeah. is going to be like... I think it could be actually later on. I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly how far these will transfer liquid, but... Let's say here... I'll refill my pipes. Let's have another checkpoint just right here. We're gonna need a kinetic pipe. Or, kinetic pipe. Mechanical pump. I guess they are kinetic pipes, but... Oh! That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Now... do this. Oh, wait, nope, that's... Uh-oh. I'm breaking everything. I'm trying to fix the problem, and instead I'm breaking everything. I just need this to work. Please. This does not have to go this far. This only needs to go to about here. I'll have pipe, pump, pipe. Okay. Once this is done. Once this is done, I can go back to being a teacher. But I need the boiler to work. And I am not going to spend any more time trying to dig a giant hole in the park. Mm. Mm. All right. I'm back. We need to put the pulley in the river. We need to put the hose in an infinite water source. Because otherwise, we're just not gonna be getting water. But hypothetically, this is gonna work now. We can have this turned up high. The raccoon of the Create is the power of God. Yes! Okay. Okay. I think the boiler is gonna be getting enough water now. And now there's a big pipe in the way. Which maybe we just cut a hole in. Then we can go through. Okay. The water is not getting to the place. That is why. This is filling up. Hopefully, this is close enough. If not, I might bust this pipe open right here. I just want to teach the people how to be powerful. And everything's working against me. Yes! Okay. Is it now going into this one? Please! Ah! The water wasn't working. So, now I need to try getting weird about it. It worked! Getting weird about it worked. Trying to get a windmill to work. Okay, what are you... So, you have a windmill bearing, yes? You got the sails? So, you need the windmill bearing, you need a block on top of it. It could be, wood or wool are the good ones. Just like common blocks. Those count as part of the windmill. Wood and wool. And then you attach the sails to that block that is on top of the windmill bearing, and then you right-click the windmill bearing to get it to spin. That is the important part. You gotta press the on button. Oh. All right. The drill can't be going too fast, or the blocks go all over the place, so it needs to be hooked up to a slower... It has to be getting less RPM than everything else. Okay. Let's make another rotational speed controller. Speed controller. Wow. And then if I do... What is happening here? Okay. It's like, what is going on? I understand what's going on. I did what's going on there, but I forgot what it was doing. Ba. Ba. Ba, ba, ba. This is... Again, I'm not great at assembling whole things, so this is not as good as it could be. But it is a way to do it. It's way too slow. You will need, you can use one of these, rotation speed controller, or you can do a long chain of small and big cogwheels. So, like, If we do... You'll see it's getting a little faster every go around. And if you do that a bunch of times, small to big, next to small, to big, next to small, to big. If you do it the other way, it'll get slower. You'll be able to tell. But that is the cheap way to get faster rotation. I did know. You can dye them whatever colors you want. Whoa. I don't really dye mine. They came in so fast. Okay. Hmm. Yes. But if you do want a rotation speed controller, you'll want to make brass. Brass is zinc and copper together, mixed in a basin with heat under. And if you look up brass and you look at the recipe, it'll show you basically you need a mixer and a basin, you need a blaze burner under, heated, not superheated. You don't need it superheated, just whatever fuel. And then you mix that together. It'll give you 2 brass from 1 zinc and 1 copper. And then you can make deployers from that. And then deployers, you can make precision mechanisms. And that's a whole other thing. You can look at the crafting recipe for that. But precision mechanism is the thing you need to make a rotation speed controller. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to start getting into brass age, that's a good place to start. They're doing all this stuff. I'm not even getting into... I'm barely even touching brass yet. There's like 3 brass things in this whole thing. This is like majority pre-nether. Except for these guys. This is post-nether. But like, the copper... Most of the copper stuff is just copper, kelp, then you got the rotation speed controllers. But like, other than that, well, you don't even need blaze burners for this one. You can use campfires. So yeah, The only things, really, that are part of this that are post-nether are the rotation speed controllers. We're not even touching the complicated stuff yet. But this is a good place to start. Yeah, I think I'll leave this up for today. If people have questions, they can come ask. And I will take it down probably later today or tomorrow. Today's Knowledge Day. I'm gonna fill in this giant hole that I dug. We don't need to talk about how I spent so long just trying to get this hole to work when the river was right there. I didn't want to run all the pipes, though. Lots of pipes and lots of... tanks. It would have been nice if this worked. But I think I would have needed to dig a much bigger hole. It's so dark in this room. It's not even 2 p.m. And it's like, you're shot in darkness. Water. Maybe we make these smaller. And then make this guy. Bigger. I think we're doing all right now. It would be nicer if the water was close, but it's not, which is fine. Here we go. And then this is just doing its thing, slowly but surely. Also, if you want to watch someone who really knows what they're doing with Create, I know there's tons of people who know what they're doing very well with this mod. But I do like Tango Text videos of the create server he did with Impulse SV, Good Times with Scar, a couple other people, I think. So that is a good Let's Play to check out if you want to watch someone who really knows what they're doing with Create. Because I kind of know what I'm doing. I have a good grasp of the basics. And that's really all you need. Is just, I know what this thing does. Maybe I'm not going to be a shadowy figure anymore. Instead, I'm just a little guy now. Aha! Bonk! Bluebell is making progress. My toolbox is on my person, and that is why I cannot access it. Yes. Progress! Listen, if I successfully taught one person today, that is a success. I might look up how big a water source needs to be for it to be infinite. Create not infinite water. Minimum requirement for an infinite ocean is 20 by 21 by 25 blocks. Is that for water too? Okay. Interesting. It's 10,000 blocks. Great. Do I want to make a giant pit of water underneath the park, is the question. Careful, don't dig down. There's an ocean down there. I think it might help get the water here fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, nope, that's not happening. There's a giant cave underneath the park. Forgot about the corpse pit. So no mini ocean under no mini ocean under the park, it would seem. Andesite casing and a compass. I do not have a compass on me, but I do have compasses. Compass. And then and this should show the stress capacity, yes, of the attached kinetic network. I make sure I know how much stress. So remaining capacity 5. Okay, this is as high as it can go. I might actually, now that I know, I'll take this so I can use it other places. We are losing some stress here. Okay. Now we're overstressed. Put this back to 128. That's still overstressed. Okay. There we go. Okay, yeah. Okay. So this is good. This means the water is coming faster. We're up to level 4. I think. I'm gonna be a little extra. I'm gonna have the mechanical arm giving the blaze burners blaze cakes. Right, I cannot have this down yet. Yeah. It is difficult. You could set something up here. We're generating a good amount of stress, I think. So this one, you see how it looks like a cogwheel? It needs to be... You can't just have it through a shaft. It needs to be hooked up like this. Or with, small cogwheel. Now that's gonna automatically do that. When the blaze cakes run. Ouch. I could upgrade this. Where are my sails? Where did they go? Here. Here, I can say this. Stop this real quick. Oh no, I've trapped myself. Gonna do this. I'm gonna run a couple shafts. We're gonna do this. This is gonna end up not there. Ah. I'm gonna put that there for now. Needs to be this. Now this can go here. Now this can go faster. More sail equals more power. Oh! It's spinning too fast. The gear broke. She's making brass. You can throw in stacks at a time. Now, why is this just okay, good. Make some more barrels. Is there anything you would like to learn how to do with Create V? Potato cannon. Okay, that's a little complicated. I'm gonna look up. So, the potato cannon requires this thing called a precision mechanism. It also requires mechanical crafters. So, mechanical crafters. You can look up the crafting recipe for them. But they look like... Where did I put them? They look like this. And you can put them together into different formations. So, you see, when you look up the potato cannon recipe, you see it has that weird, long crafting recipe. So it's whatever. This, I think. Yes. And then... you need to hook this up. Don't know how to craft it? Well, look it up with the JEI. And then just type in potato cannon. You can left click on it in that menu, and it'll give you the recipe in a mechanical crafting. So you need 1 andesite alloy, which is very basic. Yes, precision mechanism. So a precision mechanism is a little tricky to get. You can look up the recipe for it. It requires deployers. And to get deployers, you need brass. Yeah. Deployer. So, precision mechanisms are very useful for a bunch of stuff. So it's good to make lots of them. I do not have a lot of them, but I make them when I need them. So, if you want to try making some brass, you put copper and zinc in a basin, and then you put a mixer on top of it. You power the mixer, you put a blaze burner underneath, and you give it any fuel. Yeah, that's what Bluebell was doing over there. It's not there anymore, but it's a very simple little thing. I still don't think I have a mixer, but I put all my mixers in the bags, but I can make another one. Okay, so you look up the recipe for the precision mechanism, right? So you're gonna need... I'm gonna get rid of these. We're gonna do something a little different. So I'm gonna probably turn the... No, I think we're doing fine on stress. So you're gonna line those deployers up in a line from this shaft. You're just gonna put them right here. You're gonna need 3 of them. Yeah, you need 3 deployers. Or you can just switch between the 3 items you need, but then you need to switch the block 14 times. Okay. So you can put the deployer right here. And you're gonna put a depot underneath. You can rotate this with your wrench. So depending on what side of the block you're looking at, you can rotate it. You're gonna put, yep. And then you see how there's an order for the precision mechanism. You're gonna put the gold sheet right here. And then in order, you're gonna do small cogwheel, large cogwheel, iron nugget, and you have to repeat that 5 times. So this thing is gonna deploy the stuff on the golden sheet. It's gonna be a total of 15 times. And it's gonna go cogwheel, large cogwheel, iron nugget every time. Okay, we're not gonna click there. We're gonna click right here on the hand. Right here where it comes up. Okay, there we go. Now we have the start of our incomplete precision mechanism. I'm just gonna keep feeding it items until it either gives you a precision mechanism or it breaks, which there is a chance that it will give you scrap. It's 20% chance. So, you might just end up with some junk. Well, look at that! It's holding the thing. When you give it more than one, it just holds the thing. You can right-click it again to get the item back. Alright. Pick that up. Need to buy more blaze pens. This now is gonna... Yay! All of those. Upgrade this. And water is still the stopping block. But it's bigger now. See if we can up the stress on this. Yay! Without breaking anything. Now, you have the power of controlling how fast the thing rotates. Yes. And you can always come back if you have more questions. I might just leave a little guide by the stone. Stress units. F you. Just units. SU. How much energy something is producing / using. Calculations per... How fast... How fast some is spinning. Okay. Where's the fan? Not the fan. The saw. Different block. Yo. Speed. Now. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, we can do... We're gonna keep this as backup, but what we can do now is this is producing enough energy, it's got enough water and all that stuff. Since this is producing so much more energy than this, we can turn this up even higher if we hook this up, and then it's a loop. So it's fueling itself. This, I need this. There we go. Oh no! I see. I forgot what the blocks do. I forgot which parts of this are doing what. So what we can do instead, we line these up. Still won't work. There we go. This will work. She's in the box. AFK box. So now we can turn that all the way up. And get all the water we need. Ah! V has made the advancement bunk. They're all learning. It's all coming together. Oh. Okay. There we go. I'm striking a very difficult balance right now between can this sustain itself and do I need the windmill to do it all? I think the answer is I need the windmill to do it all. I have it hooked up to the stressometer right now. And the stressometer basically tells you exactly how much stress is being used by the system. So, I'm trying to see if I can get it to the very highest possible without going into overstressed territory. Because the machine needs water. Okay. Should we go to yours to see? Okay. Let's just walk over. What is that? Whatever. Strange things. Strange things happen. Okay. So what? Okay. So here's your problem. So this affects the rotation that goes through it. So if it's not... This right now is on the opposite... So basically, the rotation speed controller needs to be between the source and the stuff you want to get fast. And then you're going to need to position this so that one part of this is an input and the other is an output. And either the large cogwheel or the machine itself can be either the input or the output. But if you, like, for example, if you just moved this, like, 2 blocks over and you just had this still going through the same shaft, the rotation speed still wouldn't change because it's still just going through the input, and the output is what's actually going to get faster. So, like, if we put a shaft right here now, like, if we put a shaft right here, that's going faster than it would. That's going faster than this shaft is. But only because we put it through that output first. So if you move this over, and then you change where this... So, like, if let's just... It's on the move. If we... Sorry, my inventory is very full of dirt right now. I need to put some in my bag. So, like, if we do this, and you put the speed controller right there. And then we have this. Now... That is the output. You may need to do some figuring out how encased chain drives work. Because this is not going to line up here if you just try to use conveyor belts. Potentially... You could... If you were to do something like... So... Big cogs fit together like this. They can fit together sideways. So you could do that. Or you could figure out how encased chain drives work. Either one is fine. Okay, so big and small gears fit together in very specific ways. So, like, if you want to connect two big wheels, you can't do them right next to each other. It has to be like this. And then, like, with small gears, you can just line them all up. If you want to do big to small, they have to be aligned on the diagonal. Yeah, so like if you put one over here, then just right down here. You might... Or no. No, my brain's not quite braining right. But then... Hold on. I thought I was thinking of one thing, I was thinking of another. There is a way to turn this, though. Oh, gearbox. You can use a gearbox. You can bring this down one more. At least I'm not the only one confused, yeah. There's lots of different things. But if we bring this down one more... No, the chain drives. We bring down one more. Then, if you put a gearbox right here... And then you run a shaft here. There we go! We figured it out! Okay, so now... Cogwheels, when they're placed right next to each other, they... work like gearboxes where they flip the rotation. So the rotation direction gets... Yes. So this is a case where, in case chain drives again are helpful, because they preserve the same rotation direction. Yep. Right here, and then right next to it. Nope. Another encased chain drive. There we go. Basically, the rule for locking things together in Create is if it looks like it has the same input, it does. And if it doesn't look the same, it's not. So, like, a gear has these teeth on the side, and it also has the shaft through the middle. So some things just have the shaft, and some things just have the teeth. And the teeth have to line up with teeth, and the shafts have to line up with shafts. But then with, like, encased chain drives, you can have a bunch of them right next to each other. But you have to make sure they're spinning, because sometimes the orientations don't work out right, where, like, if you have one, and then you have one right next to it, but it's turned 90 degrees in one direction, that won't work. Because some internal thing, it's basically on the inside, it basically works like a conveyor belt. So, it has to all be right next to each other, but it can also be, if you turn it in specific ways, you can make it move in different directions. Like, if you, like, you know how, like, you do this, this part is still spinning. So then you can do an offshoot with more encased chain drives to change where the stress is going. So it's like a better belt. Belts are good for some things, but they're not good for everything. And that's where the encased chain drives fill in the gaps. Well, yeah. You successfully got the thing working. Next is doing the fluid lesson again. Yes. We can do that. I will need to make some more mechanical pumps, but we can just steal water from where it's going to the boiler for the demonstration. Oh, that's rabbits. It's like, what is that? Rabbits. That's not the right one. Machine time. Pipes. I'm gonna grab my toolbox. We're gonna bring it over. Okay. Just gonna put this here. We're gonna go over here. You can see, we can probably just go over to the hose pulley. So that over there, that's a hose pulley. You can see the hose going down into the river. Since this river has more than 10,000 blocks in it, it's infinite. So it will just draw water up forever. And This thing that's spinning crazy fast is a mechanical pump. The mechanical pump is basically the arrow that's pointed here is the direction that the water is moving. Oh, I think if you dig out a hole, giant hole, and you fill it with 10,000 milk buckets, that's infinite milk. Milk River. Yep, that's the only way. That's the way to get infinite milk. Milk River. Are you ready to make Milk River, Bluebell? It could also be Milk Pit. As long as it's 10,000 source blocks of milk in a big hole. I don't... Oh, no, you can't. There are mods that let you, but I don't think we have it. So you just have to manually milk the cow every time you need milk. That's so tragic. Unless you can deploy a cow. Yeah. Not the Milk River. Yeah. But you can store milk. So if we put it... Where is the item drain? Here it is. This is an item drain. We're gonna need... I need to bring this over. So you can put the milk in the item drain. I need to make a mechanical pump real quick. We're gonna... I need to go get my hand crank. I can make another one, but I don't want to. Well, I needed to grab it anyways. I didn't want it to just be there forever. Let's do this one up. This is also going to be a demonstration of the spout. So we got the item drain. You can put liquids in there. Then you can put... When you give the mechanical pump a little rotation, it moves the milk from the item drain to the fluid tank. So now there's 1 bucket of milk, or 1,000 millibuckets, in the tank. And then we take this pump. Okay, this actually needs to be further away. There we go. Well, then we can move the milk from the tank Into the bucket! And that's how you can automate making fluids. Because these are all, like, ways for transferring fluids, and also the basin that you use for mixing can also hold 1 bucket of fluid. So, like, if you wanted to put that milk into a basin to do any of those cooking recipes, you could feed a pipe into the basin, and then that would automatically fill the basin with however much milk you have in the storage on the other side of that. So it's all about storage and moving things. But yeah, that's basically how fluids work. You can unstack them. You can disassemble it from the bottom. So if you just, like, if you click the second cow up, then you have 2 free cows. But then the rest of the stack stays intact. So you just have to do that. Take out the second cow from the bottom until they're all free. And that's how you unstack the cows. Yeah. Shouldn't take long, but... yes, if you wish to obtain a cow, you will need to unstack them. Right. Gonna move back over here to the main area. Ah, I'm out of blaze cancels. Okay, I see. I need more engines. Engine. Need gold. Need alloy. We need copper. There we go. Whole bunch of engines now. Okay, there we go. Alright. And that's stress. You can turn this all the way up. Crushing it. Operate a pair of crushing wheels at maximum speed. It's so rainy outside. It's so nice. This dude is just chilling here, I guess. Get off my damn lawn. Whew. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I want to see how much stress this system is conducting. Goobel has made the advancement to the Copper Age. I things happen for no reason. That's all I know. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Back. I'm also gonna fill my water. But be back momentarily. I almost jumped on this. That's a bad idea. I'm gonna get some wood. I need more andesite casing. And now that I know how to do all this, I can improve my create base. Teaching people is the best way to learn. So, I'm like, I gotta teach them everything. And then I'm learning more. I'm like, I don't know this. Now I do. Now I know it all. I know everything. I wanted to get sugarcane also. I think I can... Yes, I can press it. Just gonna put it here. Where's the pillars? They're in here. Wow. Now I want to make some sandpaper. Okay. Now I can make some breast... Now I can make some brass funnels. Yeah, no need any more of that stuff. Oh, that's not what I want. Yeah. might. Oop. That was supposed to be there. These are not. I might spend some time figuring out how to make some factories. So I would like to stay here in case people have questions. And so they know where to find me. I also want to be productive. Is this better? I just keep leveling up the furnace. I don't think I've ever seen wheels spin this fast. Well, cool. I figured out maybe everything that I ever need to know. Maybe I'm gonna teach myself trains. Just gonna teach myself how to make a train real quick. Gonna make another rotation speed controller real quick. Players, can't press. And then just... Okay. It's iron ore zinc. It's like, zinc? Why? But no. It's either. I am going to go get more wood. Create Learning Day is turning into also I'm going to figure out how all of Create works. Because I haven't allowed myself the time to just figure shit out. But this is the perfect opportunity. Everyone else is learning the very basics. And I'm learning how to become God. Crazy as Listen. There's so many things you can do with Create. And the more Create you learn, the closer to God you are. The closer to being God. It's time to learn how trains work. Oh. Wild bisexual person, thank you for the follow. Oh. I don't right now. Yes, alright. I'm trying. I'm learning how trains work. Today's the day everyone learns create, including me, the teacher. Jeremy, yes. I think I saw you on this account on Carl's stream before. I was like, I'm pretty sure. We're... Okay. I've made a loop. Loop. I just stubbed my toe. The pain is beginning. I'm going to have a miserable afternoon. think the suffering is beginning. Okay. Yeah, I think this is gonna have to be the end of stream. I will still be here on the server to help with stuff. But my suffering is beginning. I cannot continue the stream. See, yes, I will still be here. But only on the server. You can't see what you're doing. You can't see what I'm doing. You should create lesson, yes. And there's so much more to learn, Blue. There's so much more. Yeah, that's gonna be it. I'll still